Reach for my hand, I'll soar away into the dawn. Oh, I wish I could stay here and cherish talks in peaceful days. I fear the edge of dawn, knowing time betrays. Faint lights pass through colored glass in this beloved place. Silver shines, the world dies. A smile as joy surrounds, come go to bounds, and I can feel them breaking free. For just this moment lost in time, I am finally me. Yet still I hide behind.
Why is this song so catchy though?
By flames, a force I can't run from. I look to you like a red rose, seeking the sun, no matter where it goes. I long to stay where the light dwells, to guard against the cold that I know so well.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh my goodness. Did we have supports? Alright, can't have that happen, then my ship won't work out. I think I did all the supports. Hi, Frost! Okay, so I think we can just do the thing. God, I wonder what I was doing. I always forget what I was doing! Man, I have 9 points now. Said I had people to talk to. I must talk to people. Must talk to people.
Things have gotten a lot more interesting since we've joined up with Judith, haven't they? Anyone who casually treats Claude like he's just some kid is not a person to be trifled with. I think Captain Gerald would have liked her.
Aww.
I hope someday I can be as strong, kind, and level-headed as her.
If only you weren't such an asshole, Leonie. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I hope my volumes are fine. I should just be be better at being by the microphone.
On the north side of the Great Bridge of Murden lies the territory of Acheron of the
Okay,
Alliance.
I have no care for what this lady says. I want to increase my magic. And maybe work on, like, my supports. Maybe I'll have tea with someone I don't normally have tea with. What are my supports like with people? Pardon? Oh, I should hang out with Lysithea. I haven't done crap with Sylvain. I should A tier Lysithea. Hello, pleb. What up, what up? I wanna tea with Lysithea now. Where's Lysithea? Ah, there she is. Tea time. Tea time.
Professor, I'm sure you know this already, but how they fit evens the end.
Lysithea, have tea with me.
I am grateful.
Shoot, I didn't make sure that I had her favorite tea. Let me look up her favorite tea really quick. Oh no. Tell me I have her favorite tea. Sweet apple blend? Yes!
Did you call me? Oh,
Yes.
This is my favorite tea.
Hell
Do
yeah.
you, have sugar? Lots, please.
Same.
I am grateful.
Alright.
This is delicious.
Let's do this tea time thing.
Well now. Well now.
Cute monks gets me every time.
If I hadn't met you, I don't think I'd be who I am today.
Aw. Disagree or laugh are the right options? Damn. That's crazy. I'm glad I get to laugh.
Well now.
Because I don't want to disagree. Hi, Salty. No, you. You the best. I wonder what... I mean, she probably likes the treats? I bet she likes the treats. Yep, treats.
For me? I love it.
Pick your treats.
For me? I love it.
Armored Bear Stuffy, Lily, Arithmetic Textbook. Let's see. The stuffies are for Bernadette. Do I have a Lily? I have a Lily. Here you go.
For me? I love it. My hair color is pretty unique, huh? I feel at ease.
That's good, Lysithea. I'm glad you feel at ease.
Ah, that tea was delicious. Invite me again sometime. See.
Yes! Happy Lysithea is a good Lysithea. I would like to ace support Lysithea indeed. Oh, also teach me magic.
I'm sure they face even so. The only.
Thank you, goodbye. Marianne? Can Marianne teach me some magic? Ooh, Annette!
I often wish.
Marianne.
Well,
I didn't mean to read that.
there's still some.
Give me this. Okay, bye. Who else teaches me magic? Up, 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 up. Okay. Sedith! Sedith, you teach me magic?
You there? Freya, the people sooner.
Nope. Goodbye. Who else? Loud car. Hate when that happens. Who else can teach me magic? I feel like that was it. I feel like no one else does magic. I can try to give gifts to people.
Freya, the people
I don't know what you like. Wait, maybe Dorothea could teach me magic? Dorothea. Dorothea. Where is she?
We're going to.
Magic! Okay. I will go give Bernadetta a stuffed bear now.
Won't that be awful? Just terrible. Okay, Professor, I get it. I know I'll have to come out.
Take your bear stuffies.
Wow, thank you so much.
And your watering cans.
Wow, thank you so much.
Bernadetta, my beloved.
I had an encounter with back before. I suppose crazy. I kind of.
What's Sylvain like? Wonder what Sylvain would like. Sylvain, do you like Legends of Chivalry?
Thanks so much.
He does not. He does not care. Ah,
Oh.
Dapper Handkerchief works. And then I'll just give him a flower to finish it off.
Thanks so much.
There we go. Motivation. Oh, I should go check the store.
Hello there.
I forgot I had all this fish.
Return soon, please.
Okay, that wasn't very helpful. Oh, I know.
Professor?
Somewhere is the thing.
Hey!
Professor?
Where is the players thing?
Hi.
Where I can see my friends. Oh! An event! Maybe it's Lysithia! Is this my Lysithia A support? I want Lysithia A support.
Oh.
Sylvain? Frick. Flirting with ladies.
Oh,
I see.
Professor. I didn't realize you were there. If we keep running into each other like this, people will start to talk. Hey, don't get mad. I was joking. Forget it. What do you need?
Girl problem, Sylvain?
I fell for that girl recently, but I just wanted to have some fun and leave it at that. So, I told her we should break it off. I guess she was feeling a little more serious than I was. She started crying, and everything got a bit complicated.
That's because when you're gonna not be serious in a relationship, you need to tell the person. You need to say jerk! You're complicated.
Come on, Professor. Playing around with girls is the most fun a guy can have. Besides, I don't care what you think of me. I don't intend to change how I live my life. I'm a good-for-nothing, if you haven't noticed. But
Bruh,
I'm still a
Sylvain,
noble
fuck
with a
off.
crest. That's all anyone cares about.
Sorry. I
It's
don't
best to
like
avoid
Sylvain
getting too
sometimes.
serious with fools like that. It only leads to trouble. I'm gonna be forced into an arranged marriage with some random noblewoman anyway. By the way, Professor, you didn't know you had a crest, did you?
Never thought much about it.
I see.
Sorry, pleb.
I suppose a mercenary wouldn't be concerned with such things.
I'm just... Sylvain's, like, obsessed with flirting with girls and then breaking it off when he's bored with them because he thinks no one will take him seriously anyways. And then he's super edgy about it, and it makes me want to shove him. He's like, women would only want me for my noble status anyways. So I'm just going to, like, toy with them and then throw them away. And it's like, frick. Frick, dude.
Most children who are born to noble families are tested upon birth to see their ability. Even descendants of the 10 elites, like myself, can't be legitimate heirs without a crest. That means as children, we're only accepted if we're born with one. The heads of most noble houses keep having kids until they get one with a crest. Those children then grow up to be heads of their houses, and the vicious cycle continues. Do you get it now? To all these commoner girls, I'm just a trophy. Or rather, a stud horse.
I bet at least some of them genuinely liked him, though. And that's the really thing that ticks me off. Is that I bet some girls were like, oh wow, I can't believe someone this, like, nice to me and, like, actually likes me. This is really nice. And then he's just like, you only liked me because I was a noble anyways. Leaves. That's cynical.
Perhaps, but that doesn't change the fact that these girls don't love me. They
You
only love the
have
potential
you
reward that I
asked?
If I marry a girl and she gives birth to a child with a crest, that kid might become the next head of House Gothic.
Okay, no, Dorothea's a little better. Dorothea dates around, but she's like looking for a potential partner. Sylvain is being like a fuckboy, and Dorothea is being a desperate woman on Tinder, and I think that there's a difference.
But nowadays, with the bloodlines getting weaker, there are a lot of kids like my brother, born with no hope. For ages now, those of us with crests have been envied and desired, but never for who we are. I understand the value of my blood. Believe me, I hate how much I understand it. I know better than to dream
I
of
want
being
to
free
shove
from this burden.
Sylvain.
I'm used to it.
Sylvain needs therapy. Dorothea needs someone who actually likes her.
I used to think I didn't have the right to live freely. That's right. You know what? I'm a bit jealous. The whole time you were growing up, you never knew you had a crest. You were free.
Maybe stop obsessing over the fact that
Nobody
you have a crest.
pretended to like you. I kind of hate you for that.
Bruh!
You were a spoiled brat who should pay for that crest. Maybe I'll collect the debt.
Bruh! 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 I kind of hate you for that, and you are a spoiled brat. I'm gonna shake this man violently.
Gotcha! Wow, you should have seen the look on your face just then. Don't mind me, Professor. After all,
ladies love a dark and brooding noble. I absolutely despise you when you're like this. Oh my god. That was annoying. That was really annoying. That was not worth the support. Oh yeah, I hate Lawrence. I hate Lawrence so much. I forgive Sylvain. I don't forgive Lawrence. I hate Lawrence. Sylvain makes me pity him and like sympathize with him. Lawrence makes me want to actually shove him off a cliffside.
Singing's okay, but I should really have a cute dance to go along with it.
I'll keep my voice down. Don't want people thinking I'm vying for attention. But how loud is too loud?
Do we have any notes? Yes. A prominent noble ought to possess a few quality pieces of art. What sort of work would best suit me? A statue of the goddess carved in wood. A portrait of yourself! That's probably what he'd like to hear. Satisfied, also loud car. Jesus. Frickin' Lawrence. Oh, alright. I wanted to see Flame. That's why I came here. There you are.
Judith is looking up.
I wonder what she'd like that isn't fish. Like this fishing float.
I shall take it.
She doesn't even like it as much as I thought she would. Do you like tasty treats?
Wow.
Yeah, that's better.
Delighted.
That was actually a miss, yeah. I was like, surely she'd like the
shall
fishing
take it.
float. She loves fishing. And then she doesn't. Oh, I could probably have meal with people, huh? It's funny having all these points, but there's like less to do after the time skip. Oh, let's eat with Flame! Yeah! Family dinner! Green bean dinner!
Ah, meals always taste best when it is a company of 3 or more at the table.
Do you not enjoy eating when it's just the 2 of us? You wound me, Flame.
Poor Sena. Poor helicopter parent Sena. So much green! Yeah. Everything. Sweet apple blend. Nice. What else to do? Did I do the training thing today? Do you have the DLC? Not yet. Yeah, Clock could do it. I plan to get the DLC before I start a second playthrough on a different route. So that I can do DLC things and it'll be a lot different on a different route. The Hufflepuff route? Yeah, basically. I'm Hufflepuff though, so. Go get him.
My moment has arrived. Sorry, but I must.
He's kind of squishy. I think he could do this. If he dies, I swear to God.
So close. I fought and won.
Blue Lions, yeah. I wanted to do Edelgard's first because it was shorter and my friend told me not to. Oh, I didn't heal! Shoot. Ho!
We're
Okay,
all
now we gotta make
desperate,
sure we
aren't
heal. Don't die! Oh, thank God.
We're all desperate, aren't we?
We're all desperate, aren't we? There we go. I think he can do it. Nice. Nice.
I fought and won.
Silver Bow Plus? Nice. Double-edged on this tournament? Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, still got some points to spend, huh? Should I just try to have tea time with some people? Maybe I'll have tea time with Flame. Let me look up Flame's tea. See if I have, Flame tea time. Let's see. Yep, I have Sweet Apple Blend. Okay. I'll go have tea with Flame. I guess I'll just get some supports in before the game's over, you know? Flame. The online— oh! Right. The online thing. Yeah, I wanted to do that, right? Let me do that before I use my last point. I'm really bad at directions. Is it like— I thought it was like over here.
Oh.
But it's not, huh?
A moment, please.
Maybe it's over here. No. Northeast? Hey, my friends.
Maybe.
There. Here we go. There. I still talk. You sent a Bernie out? Did I send Bernie out? It's Hilda now. But I guess it makes sense that it was Bernie at first. But Hilda's my strongest character right now. How am I? I am okay. Of course Keiko has Dorothea. There's 2 Keiko and 2 Dorothea. Makes sense to me. Seems legit. That's Keiko. Okay, tea with flame time. We feel better than okay.
Judith is a wonderful person. Looking upon...
Invite to tea.
I am ever so grateful.
Ingrid the Untouchable.
I am honored that you know about my favorite tea. I am ever so grateful.
Ever so grateful, she says.
Delicious. Huh? Right. Huh?
I like that I can just tell her she's doing great work.
I worry that I will awake, and everyone I know and love will have vanished.
Slain! That's dark! What the heck? She's like, ah, yes. This and that. And thanks for the compliment. And then it's, I'm afraid when I go to bed, I'll wake up, and everyone I know will be dead. It's like suddenly dark. What other gifts does she like? I know her motivation's already up, but I might as well give her something nice. Stylish hair clip. Oh, she likes stuffies as well. I'd rather give her the stylish hair clip. Here.
Wow, I am delighted. Have some, Professor. You look odd today. Are you feeling all right?
You look odd today, she says.
Delicious.
It's so weird just like zooming in on her like this. The way she like glances at you and you're like, this insinuates you're just up in her face staring at her like neck. Yeah, it was pretty bold.
That tea was very delicious. Please take care, Professor.
Thankfully, there's a time skip. Alright, let me look at the goals. Alright, Sylvain heavy armor. I wanted to make fun of Sylvain in bulky gear. Yeah, I think the time skip is how they avoided a lot of trouble. I do think it's quite creepy of some characters to be literally like 14 or 15. That's why some characters are more like my children to me than like husbandos and waifus. Like Lysithea is my daughteru. Ash is my son. Let's see.
I thought this was a test.
A new lease on life. I just want to take
Alright.
Bernie away from all her problems. Hey. We go run off with her and go do fun stuff. Living a, like a platonic
Wow.
partnership for the rest of our lives.
That? That's... That?
Okay, who else? I probably should have gave more gifts. Oh boy. Oh yeah, because she go ara ara. Lysithea is the like mommy, sorry, I mean mommy character of this game. And she was definitely made that way on purpose. Come on, S tier. S tier! Get to S tier! Gosh.
Thanks for...
Yeah, I'm actually pairing Sylvain and Dorothea together since they're both dating around.
I got it.
I want to see what happens. Dang, no one can be taught anything. I'm dumb. I should have gave more gifts. I was very lazy about upping people's motivation.
That went well.
Congrats. Ah, saunas, yeah.
All that work was worth it.
I really want Flame to be a Falcon Knight. Ah, she needs higher lance, and here I wasted stuff on Axe. I should change her goal. The lance. Goals. There. Ah, loud cars. Ah, I hate it. Thanks. I'm so sick of loud cars. Yeah, I bet. I can't wait for that. She's really strong. You can almost be a War Master. Do I just need a Master Seal? Where are the Master Seals? Rude! Yeah, Flying Mage. Exactly. Exactly what I want, too. I saw that when I was looking up classes when I first started. Oh hey, it's Mortal Savant, what I wanted to be. And then they threw me into this time skip class, and I was like, yes, not. I just want Leonie to be a great knight already. I should have gave her gifts. I should save it and try to do it. At 50%. Maybe I'll just get lucky. Come on, luck. Let's go, luck. Unlucky. Well, I guess we're moving on without doing that. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, God, it takes so long to load. Okay. Can we do battles? Yeah, battles will be fun. Kind of tired of exploring. Well, people need gifts too. Oh shoot. People are like super unmotivated. I'll do battles. Oh, that's really interesting. That sounds really interesting. I wonder how that works. Okay. Let's see here. items. Make sure. Oh yeah, let's put that away and use this instead. This away. Equip this. Put this away. I hate the rusted items so much. Don't have the hand axe equipped, you dingus. Iron shield, yeah, that's real helpful. Take the speed ring instead. S-ring flying and oh boy the price. Dang, that sounds awesome. Dang, 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 dang. That sounds really great. It's magic. Can I have it? Can I increase my magic by 2? Nice. Increase strength. Give it to Leonie. It's funny. Okay, units. Nullifies flying type units' weakness to arrow and Excalibur magic. Holy crap! That's amazing. They basically just, yeah. I can't even explain. That sounds awesome. I wonder what's gonna happen when I think it's Lysithea. When Lysithea finally gets her reason to S. I wonder what she's gonna get. So suddenly the archers are the ones panicking? That sounds funny. Alright, units. Leonie with Claude. Sylvain and Dorothea. How many people can I use? Okay, that's good. Hey. Oh boy, oh boy.
Let's go.
Bomb.
Yeah,
do this for all of us.
Steady now. I can do this!
Nice.
Still alive. Wow.
Yeah, the designated archers in each house are different. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty interesting.
Let's make this quick.
Alright,
Shall
who's she gonna kill? Who's she gonna kill? Let's kill you. Should have changed.
Never
She's
let
holding a
your guard down.
hand axe.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, just bonk him.
Now there's a way forward.
Just bonk him with a weak sword.
More fighting. This is my stage now. I'm growing, but at what cost?
Dang. Edgy. Oh, Sylvain got to 30!
That took too much effort.
I think he can be what I wanted to be now.
I'll cut through.
Shimmy, shimmy.
That really helped.
Bernie's the power hitter, Ignatz is the I will hit you, and Ash is the chest and door raider archer. Yeah, I know Desert Field sucks. I can take her off a horse though.
My orders?
I guess you just stepped forward a little.
What's my strategy?
Can I kill anyone from here? No. Don't be mean!
I'll be home
Rude!
soon.
Loud car! I hate! They do not need to be that loud outside! It's like every time they come by our window, they rev it. Marianne! We're going back. We've made mistakes. Let me go back. Go on. Alright. I'm sure. Alright. We're going back. We're going all the way back. We're starting over. First of all, I didn't like how he has his he had his hand axe, and I was like, come on, dude.
Let's
Second
make
of all.
this quick.
Oh yeah, I'm on casual. The only difference between casual and not casual is I would be
I've got no
reloading
time
more.
for mercy.
I would be going back in time more and reloading the game more. But otherwise, it's not like I would let anyone die anyways.
Steady now.
I still pretty much go back if someone dies because I want them to have the experience as it is.
I wasn't about to let you go.
Nice.
More fighting. Will this ever end?
Nice. There we go.
I said.
I do this for all of us.
I'll cut through.
What's my strategy?
Kill the guy. Dang, I missed. Stinks.
I'll do my best. Shall we?
Murder.
Don't get used to this.
My orders?
People shouldn't die now. I'll be damned.
It won't be in vain. I'm stronger than before. Bernie's unstoppable. Seems like fighting is all I do these days.
I believe in you, Bernie.
Fighting wears me out. It was the least I could do.
Okay. No one's dead though. Which is good. It's very good.
A little scratch won't stop me.
Don't get used to this.
I swear, every time they go by the window, they're like, better hit the revving. They go, vroom. I just don't know if I want to do that.
It's win or die.
It's win or die. Well, she killed
You're
him.
really going for it.
Never let your guard down.
shoot! I just spilled coffee. Hang on. Son of a ding dong Dan. I'm like thinking, and then I spilled coffee. Hang on. Ugh. Ah! Ugh. Okay. That was annoying. What I put there? Take the cord off so I don't hit my coffee cup with a cord anymore.
All is going to plan.
Go get him. What even? No. Murder.
I must lead them well. Unpredictable. It's over. This could turn the tides.
Take him out, you guys. Take him out.
but it's you or me.
Oh yes, a rusted lance. Very helpful. Okay.
Let's make this quick. I've got no time for mercy.
S!
Perseverance is the key.
Dark magic range +1! S rank, S rank, S rank! But that rusted lance is silver. I guess that's true. Yeah, go after her. I dare you.
I do this for all of us. I'll do my best.
Like, unless he needs any more range. Sure.
I'm sorry. I won, didn't I?
I love confident Marianne. You love to see it.
I feel a little stronger. My orders?
So close.
All right, who's next? Still far.
Let's go.
Shall we? Don't get used to this. What's my strategy? Allow me to demonstrate. Another victory. I'll use this power for the greater good.
I need to be that good.
I need to be back first.
I'm your girl.
Steady now.
I'll cut through.
Really good, huh? Bernie's just no.
No, Bernie! My poor girl.
I'll handle this! Her enemies are my enemies. See? Yeah, I understand now.
I'm gonna do it! Nice job. A little scratch won't stop me. This is war!
Dang, she's so good!
Unstoppable.
Oh no, her silver bow.
Guess I have no choice.
Everybody's critting. Ooh,
Can't afford to
120.
slack off.
The sheer amount of critting.
Watch and learn. Be careful. I do this for all of us. I'll be home again soon. You lost that
I
one.
can't believe how strongly Sophia is. He's so nutty. Nuttily strong. I do not want Hilda to get MVP. Anyone else but Hilda, honestly.
For the future of Bodland.
Actually, not me either.
I'm not dying here.
Okay. Let's go with the Bernie.
Bernie's unstoppable.
Who got MVP? Yes! Good job, Bernie. Wee, wee.
The Great Bridge of Murden is in sight. Beyond it, the Empire.
What do you know? There aren't bridges that big in Elmira, that's for sure.
How unsettling. There are bridges in the southern part of Ordelia territory, but nothing like this.
It's the most strategic location in that area to move a large army across the Aramid River. The Empire will want to hold on to it at all costs, so expect tough defenses.
Let's proceed with caution.
You're right. The defenses are pretty impenetrable. Let's make our move carefully.
You're in command, Teach. Do whatever it takes to win. Well, other than sacrificing the lives of our allies for the sake of victory, try to avoid that.
That laugh made me
Let's get
hiccup.
moving. We're counting on you, my friend.
Okay. I thought he was close. What happened? Ah, this was when he was close. What are his goals? Just so I don't goof. It is heavy armor, right? Heavy armor and writing. What did I want out of him? I guess it was eventually to be a great knight. Yeah. Maybe. I guess I'll, save. Let's see if he can become a paladin. Ooh, I think he did it.
Huh, okay. No big deal, really.
That's funny. Okay, dang. What level are you, Flame? 29? So close. I should have leveled her. Oh my god. I hate when they rev cards. People are so loud at night. Become a great knight, I demand it.
All that hard work's paid off.
Oh, she did it! Oh, thank goodness. Hello, supports. Ooh. I'm very interested in these.
You.
You.
What did I do? Am I in your way? I'm in your way. I know, I get it. I'm sorry. I can't stand the sight of me either.
Same.
I never said that. Stay right there. You're always running away. You must really find me irritating.
Irritating? I know. I completely... What? No, I mean, I know I'm irritating, but... Huh?
Stop. Do you remember when you came up behind me and knocked the sword from my hands? I need you to teach me that technique.
Sword? Teach? Technique? That's a joke, right? Because that's just about the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Maybe so, but I saw you do it. You don't remember? You moved like a flash, and before I knew it...
Nope, wasn't Bernie. You must have dreamed it. Unless my accuser dares to produce some evidence.
Yes, evidence. I still have your satchel, see?
Oh, my satchel. Wait, that? No, that's not mine. You can't prove it's mine.
You know it's yours.
I'm innocent, I swear. Merciful Zero, save me!
This is getting nowhere. But, maybe I should corner her like last time. Then she'll use the technique without thinking. Never mind. I'm done here.
My babies.
Lies! All lies! I didn't do any... Huh? Well, where'd he go?
That was fun. Like that. Oh, that's a lot of Ace of Hearts. That he can't have. Lysithea. Oh, this is gonna be awful.
Lysithea, I have to say, you're really impressive. I respect you a lot, and I thought I should tell you.
Okay.
It's just, you know, you're 4 years younger than me, but you work really hard at everything. I mean, when I was your age, I wasted all my time just goofing off and doing whatever I wanted.
Doesn't look like much has changed for you since then. And unlike you, I don't have time to waste, so leave me be.
Are you going to do some extra magic training? I'd be happy to join you, if you don't mind. What do you want to start with?
I am absolutely disinterested in spending any time with you.
Same.
What is it you want anyway? Clearly, you haven't been listening to a word I've been saying. Perhaps it's because I'm younger. You see fit to ignore me when I speak. Is that it?
What? No. Age has nothing to do with it.
And your crest has nothing
You're
to do with
amazing.
anything too. So
You're true to yourself. You know what you want and who you are. Not a lot of girls I know can say that.
Ah, so it isn't my age that's to blame for you breezing over my wishes. It's my gender.
Damn,
I
fucking
what?
got him.
Where did you get that idea? I'm just trying to praise your smarts and hard work and everything. It's impressive how someone
He's
so
basically
young...
saying you're not too
Your
bad
lack of
for a girl.
self-awareness is deeply troubling.
What I'm aware of is you trying to pick a fight. Calm down, kiddo.
Look, I'm really busy. Super, extremely, inordinately busy. I've got one last thing to say to you.
And what would that be?
I'm skilled with magic, and my abilities are finely honed. It's not like I need someone for target practice.
No, but I do.
Dang. You look so sad. Get wrecked, Sylvain. The amount of women who can just wreck Sylvain, it's great.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
How long did you expect me to stand here?
This is an odd pair.
I did just say sorry, but I could say the same to you. You were pretty slow to settle on a time.
I can't help having a busy schedule. Plus, I thought you could use the extra time to prepare.
We could go back and forth like this all day. Or we could get started.
You were the one who kept me waiting. Let's begin.
On my signal?
Hurry up.
That's better. Okay, go!
Let's see what you... Huh? Ah! Wow. A pit trap?
That's right. How you feeling down there?
Coward!
Say what you want, but Captain Gerald taught me this one. You're heavier than you look.
I'll admit, I wasn't expecting that.
If this were for real, you'd be dead. Aren't you glad I put straw down there instead of spikes?
Yes.
Dang.
I underestimated you. I suppose your lateness was a ploy to distract me.
You're not wrong. I did it to rile you up, draw you in. You're capable, confident. I was counting on that. So, what do you think about Captain Gerald's training now?
His technique worked and you won. What else is there to say? Winning is all that matters. You drew my attention to a major vulnerability. I'll need to be wary of traps. Thank you, Leone.
Seeing as you're thanking me, can I ask you a favor? Will you come watch my next training session? I'd like a few pointers about fighting in close quarters.
The loser must pay tribute, I suppose. Yes, I'll help you train.
You will? Thanks!
Let's see. Ooh, I get to watch Hilda wreck
Hey there,
Sylvain.
Hilda. You're looking cute today.
Thanks. You're looking quite handsome yourself.
You know exactly how to talk to a guy. I like it. What's with all the books?
Oh, these? I was just bringing them to... ouch! Ouch!
What's wrong? Did you hurt your foot?
Yeah, I tripped earlier. But I'm supposed to return these books to the library by the end of the day.
Relax. I'm sure there's a handsome guy around here who knows how to carry books to the library. You rest your foot. I'll take care of this.
Oh, no, that's all right. You must have something more important to do.
Nothing is more important than helping you. Just pile the books on that desk, and I'll get them where they're going.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you so much.
It's nothing. I'm happy to. Wow. That is a lot of books.
I'll just leave them right here for you. Thanks again, Sylvain. You're the best.
Wait a minute. Some of these books have dust on them. She's been holding on to these for months. The professor was looking for this one a few weeks ago. Hilda.
Get wrecked.
Hang on. Did she just trick me into doing something she didn't want to do?
Get wrecked.
It's peaceful here. Flowers are so calming. Just looking at these, it's like all the terrible parts of the day just disappear. If only people could be more like flowers. What's Bern doing? She looks like there's something wrong. All these nobles are just terrifying. And the commoners? Just look at Dorothea. So pretty, popular, dazzling. There's no way someone like me could ever be close with someone like that. Bern, are you okay? Dorothea! Did you hear all that?
Just the part about you wishing you could get along with someone. So, Bern, who have you got a crush on?
That's funny.
Seriously now, you have to tell me. Who are they? Do I know them? I'm so excited for you, Bern.
No. I was actually thinking about being friends with you.
Me? I thought we already were friends.
That's not what I mean. Oh, I'm such a coward. I thought it would be great if we could be closer. But old memories just get in the way for me.
Bern, whatever happened in the past, you know you have my full support. I'm here
This
for
is
you.
such a great, like,
I thought we'd
sisterly
already
pair.
been friends for a long time now. Please.
Just forget it. We'll never be close friends. Father would just... He would just...
Hurry.
Wait, Father? What did she mean by that?
Poor Bernie. I want to see more of their supports. I should put them together so I can see more of their supports. How can I know? I really want to see these supports, but I don't want to mess up my shipping. Okay, closest with Claude. Closest with Leonie. Okay, I shouldn't do Lysithea. So we could do Hilda.
I feel like I'm drowning in responsibilities. Claude, take my mind off it all. Regale me with another of your weird childhood stories.
Okay, then. How about an old story from a foreign land that my dad told me when I was a kid? Once upon a time, there was a white camel that got separated from his herd.
I'm so happy for that white camel.
Hilda!
I really thought he was gonna die.
Was that story really worth bawling your eyes out over?
It was wonderful. Don't you know how moving that story is?
You know, I never thought much of it until today. But seeing you bawling like that, I do appreciate it a little more now.
What's that mean?
Well, you're always fake crying, aren't you? Getting all misty-eyed to make people think you're a delicate flower?
What? You're awful. I only cry when I'm sad.
Claim what you like, but I can spot real tears from fake tears any day of the week. Fess up.
If you understand me so well, maybe it's because you're no different.
How's that?
When you smile or laugh, it's not sincere. I can tell. I've only seen you genuinely smile a handful of times. Like when you're talking to the professor.
Wow, good one, Hilda. You hit me right in the gut. I guess you're right. I'm not so different from you in that way.
Dang.
But how did you come to realize that? Have you been watching me that closely?
I'm afraid so. My eyes seem to wander toward you of their own accord. What? Hold on. Forget I said that. I didn't say that.
Nope, no can do. Forgetting isn't something this crafty brain of mine is capable of. Besides, my eyes have a tendency to wander in your
Stop
direction
flirting.
too.
Oh shit.
How else do you think I found out about you fake crying?
Huh? What are you getting at?
Say, Hilda, once everything's settled down, do you want to come meet my parents? I mean, don't get the wrong idea, you just seem interested in my family. Besides, you've opened up to me quite a bit, but I still haven't let you in on my own secrets. If you meet my parents, I think you'll understand, though it might come as a bit of a surprise.
Your family? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious.
Well then, if neither of us changes our minds before the opportunity presents itself, let's agree to go visit my home together.
Although, if it's a long journey, my brother might not be too happy.
True, that might be a tough nut to crack. As tough as Fodlan's locket.
That's funny. That was cute. I gotta be really careful now. Whew! As long as Leonie's at the top. So I think I can do Lysithia's.
Strategically speaking, if I poised an archer to lie in wait here, and then lured the enemy in over here...
Lysithia, are you up late studying again?
I am, but I don't see how it's any of your business.
Look, you don't need to work yourself so hard. You're already as skilled as they come. There aren't many people out there who can match you. Everyone knows that.
I apologize for my sharpness. I just feel pressured.
Why would you, of all people, feel pressured?
I place a lot of personal pressure on myself. I need to become as strong as possible to put my parents at ease.
When I met with Count Ordelia before, he said you were his pride and joy. But he also said his only concern was that you might be pushing yourself too hard. If you really want to make your parents happy, surely you should start by taking care of yourself.
That's true.
Then it's settled. Get some rest. Save your energy for tomorrow's battle.
Claude's getting a hero.
You really are very mature, Claude, despite the impression you give off. And I clearly have plenty of growing to do. I probably don't have much room to come down on you for harping on me.
Oh, really? Does that mean you won't get mad if I treat you like a child from now on?
That is absolutely not what I said. Just after you finally earned a small degree of respect from me, too.
Hey, just think about it for a second. You're the only one in the world I treat like this. That means you're a pretty special person to me.
You think I'm special?
Aw.
Take it however you like. Or maybe the thought is too much for a kiddo like you.
Damn. Fucking got her.
How dare you?
Yeah, don't do anything you might regret. I don't want to be turned to dust.
I'm feeling generous, so I'll let you off easy this one time.
Well, that's good of you. All joking aside, go get yourself some shut-eye, okay? After all, if you don't hurry up, the boogeyman might come out and eat you!
And eat you!
Freddy, you asked for it!
She can Thanos him! That's true. It's very true.
Oh, do you have an itch back there? I guess you can't scratch it on your own, can you?
Hi, Marianne.
Oh, Claude. It's just you.
Sorry, I know you're in the middle of an important discussion with Dorte, but could I talk to you?
About what?
It's about this thing you think you're burdened with. I've tried to guess what it is.
Please don't. This is making me a little uncomfortable.
There's no reason to feel uncomfortable. It's not like I plan on saying it aloud. But if my guess is correct, there's something I want to tell you. Will you hear me out?
Fine. I will listen.
Once upon a time, in a faraway place.
What the... Are you telling me a story?
Just listen. Once upon a time, in a faraway place, there was a young boy. This boy came from a despised lineage. In short, his mother was a daughter of the enemy. So the young boy was treated horribly by everyone around him. He hadn't done anything wrong. Everyone hated him simply for existing. Yelling, fighting back, explaining himself. Nothing he did could change his situation. When he was finally old enough, he ran far away from home. He escaped.
It sounds to me like he had no choice. I would have done the same had it been me.
Thing is, after he ran away, he still found himself in the very same position. People in the outside world hated him for where he came from.
Well, now that's...
The boy thought he had no place to go. All he could do was destroy the boundary between the inside and the outside worlds.
Destroy the boundaries?
Right. If there was no outside and inside, just one side to share, then the people outside wouldn't have a reason to hate him anymore, right? It wouldn't be easy, but if he managed it, he could shrug off that burden. The point is, people are born with burdens to carry. That much is undeniable. But whether they bind us or we cast them aside, that's up to us.
Dang.
So I think you should try to cast yours aside, Marianne. Put that heavy burden down. It's time.
But I don't know if I can do it.
It's okay. I'm here for you. We're the same, and I can help you.
The same? Claude, we have nothing in common.
Hey, did you see that, Dorte? Your friend just smiled at me.
Thank you for sharing your story. I suppose I could try casting aside burden, as you say. We can try together.
Let's do that. And when we're free, we can change the whole world.
Aww. Dang, all of his supports with everyone are so wholesome. And now we just have to be extremely careful so that my ship happens. There we go.
Sight set on the Imperial capital, the Alliance army chooses to march through the territory of House Gloucester, supporters of the Empire. Under the command of Nardell, the retainer of House Regan, the defensive forces of Houses Regan and Daphne draw out the Gloucester troops. Thus, the Alliance army can continue its march toward the Great Bridge of Myrddin and cross the Aramid River, which separates the Alliance and the Empire.
Interesting. Okay.
That symbol. It's an enemy raid. Stay calm and face them head on.
Pause
Send the
speaking
messenger
voice
to
at the
Acheron
end.
immediately.
That's funny.
If we're quick, we might be able to pull off a pincer attack.
They say the enemy general, Ladislava, is among Edelgard's most trusted. Let's see what she's got. Our goal is to take down Ladislava and gain control of the bridge. Let's go!
My orders?
At the ready.
What's the plan?
Let's make this quick. No time to slow down.
Murder.
I do this for all of us. What's my strategy?
I'll cut through.
I'm your girl.
Shimmy, shimmy.
Thanks.
I fight.
Did the trick.
do my best. Shall we?
Yeah, come get Hilda.
Guess I have no choice. Fighting wears me out. I will not die yet. Guess all that time...
You think we'll let you take this bridge from us?
Whoa, new enemies from the central fortress? By the looks of it, that might not be all of them. I see.
Be careful. Lily's unstoppable.
You're relentless.
Looks like we can capture this fortress quickly if we take out the soldiers protecting it.
Murder.
Enemies approaching. Get the soldiers standing by to join the fight. We may need to hurry up preparations of the ballista, too. Protect the fortress.
Sorry, but it's you or me.
Where's a rusted one?
Proceed carefully. No time to slow down.
Hello. What up?
Acheron, now's the time to show your loyalty to the Empire. Attack the enemy from behind.
I've got to make my name known to Her Majesty through distinguished service.
Acheron the Weathervane. He's of the Alliance. He's a minor noble who holds territory to the north of Murden. If he's gonna support the Empire, no need to hold back. He's nothing but a nuisance, even to the Alliance.
You got yourself killed.
Attacking Lysithia is not a great call. Attacking Hilda is also not a great call.
Get used to this.
Treasure chest. Hit him.
My moment has arrived. Yeah! Oh!
The
We're all
biggest part of
desperate,
his
aren't
life.
I do this for all of us. I'll be home again soon.
Burn until we meet again.
I like burn until we meet again. Pretty wild.
It was meant to be.
It had to be done.
We're doing the big murder right now.
As they
You're dead. Piss.
Spirit.
I never should have aligned with the Empire.
Great last words. Dead. I got cocky.
Knew you could do it.
Let's make this quick.
Nice. Oh, there goes the brave bow. Dude, there's... I'm not gonna get these treasure chests, am I?
That helps.
Rip these treasure chests.
Sorry, but it's you or me.
Murder!
Whatever it takes. Don't bother haunting me. I sent...
I'm impressed.
Behold the brave battalion. Too few number, too proud to hide. Let's see.
Yeah.
Saw it coming!
Okay, I'm gonna do it!
Dead!
Bernie's unstoppable.
Bernie is unstoppable.
Amazing.
No treasure chests for us.
To repay Her Majesty's favor, I will not let you pass. That helps.
Alright, let's make sure that Bernie gets this kill. Damn it!
Edelgard! I'm sorry.
Oh well.
I'll...
That's fine. He needed to level up anyways.
Amazing!
Vladislava, no! I will protect this area.
Rip Ferdinand.
We'll ally ourselves with the Imperial soldiers, too.
I must lead them well.
I must keep going. I'm impressed.
Still here.
Moving forward.
I will leave this area to the reinforcements, and then I will swing around to provide support from the south.
Can I not talk to him? Rest in peace. I feel bad.
Edelgard has always been obsessed with you. I am a little envious, to be frank. I will just have to impress her with my skills on the battlefield.
Rest in peace.
Even if I die, please, protect this area.
Ferdinand. Rest in peace.
You got yourself killed. And that...
Don't get used to this.
Facing your former schoolmates. Yeah, I had to kill Ash. Ash is my son. Why would they make me do this?
A little scratch won't stop me.
I'm glad we defeated them here. I doubt they're an enemy we could win against twice.
Damn, I was trying not to have Hilda be MVP. Ah, you got to talk to Ash? I just checked if I could talk to Ferdinand and I couldn't. And I don't think I had the option to talk to Ash either. And I asked my friend if there was nothing I could do, and she said there was nothing I could do.
Well done, everyone.
But I don't know,
The
maybe
Great
there
Bridge of
was.
Myrden is ours.
Maybe
I
if
was
he
prepared
liked
for
you
bloodshed,
enough.
but that was more than expected.
But he didn't.
I guess I'm
we
still
weren't
not used to
close.
this.
I never had tea with him or anything.
Even our enemies were fighting for their own cause. They held out without fleeing until the bitter end. Yes, we can't afford to stall here.
Now it's on me to return to Alliance territory and convince those lords to join us. Lawrence, would you return
Next
home for the
playthrough
time
for
being and
sure.
lay the
I need to
groundwork
make
with
sure
your
I have
father?
tea with people more
Fine.
often.
After all, this is for the Alliance. Or rather, for all of Fodlan.
For those of you who live in Alliance territories, I ask that you return to your houses and spread the word about the current situation. Until we finish our preparations, Judith and the Knights will do everything in their power to defend the Great Bridge.
That's a casual way to dole out such a deadly mission, boy.
Do you object?
That is nice. I wish that happened to me.
Just who do you think I am? I won't let the Empire pass this way, even if it costs me my life.
Too bad you're not allowed to die. Fight like your life depends on it, but flee if you're ever truly in danger.
A tall order, as always. I'll use my best discretion, Claude.
We have no objections either. Go forth and secure us a sufficiently powerful army.
I'll stay here too. The only ones I'd be going home to are my little sis and my grandpa.
Are you sure you don't want to see your sister? It may be a while before you can return home again.
But if I see her, I may not want to come back. So I'll wait till I'm done here.
Stay here too.
Actually, I'd like for you to come with me, Teach, to help negotiate with the lords. They're followers of the Church of Seros, after all. It'll make things easier if we have someone there to speak on Rhea's behalf. All right, everyone. Let's meet back at the monastery next month. Good luck out there.
Is that you, kiddo?
I have returned, Nardell.
Oh, Master Claude, it's you. I mistook you for one of the local children. My apologies.
Dang.
It seems you have adjusted to your work here. Our recent strategy was successful, thanks to you.
I was a bit concerned when House Goneril's army intervened from the east.
Count Gloucester must have requested reinforcements from them.
Yes, and they have that young general who won some acclaim from his battles in Almyra. Regardless, they showed no signs of seriously wishing to attack us, and merely fulfilled their obligations to House Gloucester. Now then, who is this lovely lady?
This is my professor, who I asked to join me at the Roundtable Conference. Teach, this is Nardell, that retainer Judith was talking about.
Nice to meet you.
How polite. I've heard good things about you from Master Claude.
As you can see, he wasn't born in Fodlan. Still, trust me when I say he is highly capable.
True! In fact, my capability is my only redeeming quality. I hope you'll continue to look after Master Claude, Professor.
Part 2. Verdant Wind. Great Tree Moon. Blood of the Eagle and Lion. Now in control of the Great Bridge of Myrddin, the Alliance Army invades the Imperial territories. In response, the Imperial Army garrisons soldiers at Fort Mercius.
Okay.
All of that went about as well as it could have. Each lord has agreed to provide us with soldiers and supplies.
I'm impressed you were able to convince all of those scattered nobles to help us. I thought they would quarrel about how much support they should each provide. That's what they usually do.
Well, Count Gloucester took the initiative in taking on responsibilities. I presume that was because you spoke with him in advance, Lawrence.
I merely explained the situation at hand. Then my father simply followed your lead, Claude. It was because you had the professor there to represent Lady Rhea. My father is a pious follower of the Church of Seros.
I don't doubt it. I wasn't under the delusion that it was my personal charm that unified everyone. Thanks for that, by the way. I hope you don't feel like I used you, because I sort of used you.
I'm not well, please. Oh my lord.
I appreciate that. We don't have time to be picky about our methods. But be honest, you're having a hard time adjusting to your new role, aren't you? You weren't even a follower of Seros to begin with, and somehow you've ended up as a representative of the church.
It's all
I
in
realize
title.
that you might feel guilty about deceiving the believers for our cause. But this is just what the Archbishop wanted, and she's the highest authority in the church. Besides, as wielder of the Sword of the Creator, it's undeniable that you're special. I think you should be more confident in yourself and use your position to the fullest.
I have a report from our spies. The enemy is currently gathering troops at Fort Mercius. Based on the size of their army, they must be under the command of a renowned general. Or even...
Edelgard.
Well now, that would be interesting. If we can defeat the Emperor, then the Empire will collapse.
There's something else. An unidentified army has approached the Great Bridge of Myrddin. They passed through the Daphne and Gloucester territories from the northwest with incredible speed. They're raising the banner of House Blathid. Perhaps they are the remnants of the Fargus royal family. From what we could tell, they posed no threat to the citizens of the Alliance, and so we refrained from engaging them in needless combat.
Maybe they hope to fight against the Empire to avenge their fallen prince. And what about the bridge itself?
Obviously, we wouldn't let them pass without receiving envoys first. We thought they may try to force their way through. We considered firing warning arrows, but they left immediately, heading east.
Are they intending to use one of the bridges in Ordelia territory?
Most likely. But the Imperial Army still controls those bridges. I can't imagine what they intend to do in the Empire, even if they do manage to break through.
I'm reluctant to ease up on our surveillance, but it would be difficult to track them there. For now, let's assume they're just troops belonging to the Old Kingdom. In any case, we should proceed with caution. Soon we'll be entering Empire territory ourselves. If our enemies are going to intercept us with an attack, it will probably be at Gronder Field. How fitting that it was the site of the Battle of the Eagle and Lion 5 years ago.
Something tells me I'm nearing the end of the game. Claude acquired the Soul Dragon armor from Nardell and obtained the certification for the Barbarossa class. Oh, jeez.
My secret is hard work.
Dang, that looks strong. Yes, my ship. Let's go.
Why am I so unlucky with women lately?
Oh, Sylvain, what's that face for? Have you been dumped again?
Isn't there an unwritten rule you shouldn't ask someone that?
I'm sorry. I thought you didn't mind being dumped. So your love life can get you down sometimes after all. Who knew?
I'm sad every time I break up with someone. It's just, I usually try to be the one doing the breaking up. I've never had a hard time with girls. Ever. Not until recently. But now when I think about it, I wonder what any of them even liked about me. It's not as if any of them knew much about me.
Maybe you should have asked more
Isn't that what
questions before you
relationship is
dated
for?
someone.
Learning about someone else?
Yeah.
You can't know it all right at the start.
I asked you before if you would have invited me out if I was a peasant.
You did ask me that, yes.
That was wrong of me to say. It's not an excuse, but I'm always so suspicious. I'm a nobleman with a crest. The marriage proposals don't stop coming. Everybody wants me, except they don't actually want me at all. They want my bloodline. Within my family and without. It's always the same story. Sometimes I think that if I didn't have a crest, no one would look at me twice.
I see. And you're probably not wrong. Honestly, I've had those same sort of thoughts myself.
Oh? What sort of thoughts might those be?
I sang, people cheered and applauded, and when I walked off stage, I'd find the same thing every night. A mountain of presents and marriage proposals. But none of those people knew me. All they knew was the singer they saw on the stage. All they wanted was my looks and my voice. None of them even tried to get to know the real me.
I'm pretty sure I've heard this somewhere.
We may come from different places, but we're much the same.
This is
wouldn't
why I
you say?
shipped them.
Yeah, I suppose we are. Look, Dorothea, I've realized something. Even if you were an old grandma, I'd still flirt with you. And I'd absolutely win you over. Though, I'd much rather win you over now, and be with you until you become an old grandma.
That might be the most legitimately romantic thing you've ever said, Sylvain. And I can't say I disagree.
Aww.
I'd rather you win me over now, too. So that I can stay by your side until you're an old grandpa.
Well, before any of that, will you go to dinner with me?
I'd be happy to.
Yes, my ship! How are Casper and Annette doing? Oh, good. Excellent. I think all my ships are working out then? Because it's Marianne and Ignatz, Lysithea and Cyril, Leonie and Claude, Felix and me, Annette and Caspar. And I don't think I was shipping anyone else.
Hi. Right, right.
Really? So, the campaign continues, does it? Well, allow me, as a professional recluse with 10 years of experience, to volunteer for Staying behind. Oh, who am I kidding? The fighting won't stop until we've defeated Edelgard, will it? Or until we lose, I guess. But there's not much use in thinking about that.
You got that right.
Wow.
Alright, this time I'm gonna make sure I give people gifts. Need to make sure that they can be taught.
I'm a graduate of the Golden. We won, and now he's.
I don't care what you have to say.
Professor, we might see Edelgard herself leading the enemy in the next battle. If they're coming out of Fort Merceus, our troops might even clash on Gronder Field. And those other troops on the march. Who knows what they'll do, or what side they'll take. Not sure how we're supposed to form a strategy with so many unknowns.
As long as you're here.
Hey, how come you only ever flatter me in times like these? What am I supposed to make of that? Anyway, we've come this far. Let's just keep putting one foot in front of the other and see how far we get.
What do you like?
Thanks.
Not that.
Thanks.
Not that.
Wow.
That makes sense. I forgot to do this last time.
The Great Bridge of Murden was considerably better fortified than it was 5 years ago. The bridge was full of soldiers, and they all died. And Ferdy was there. We killed Ferdy, Professor. He used to be our friend. Do you remember those days?
Don't remind me.
I'm getting the hang of this. The bridge was in Ferdy.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Oh, really? Interesting. I guess because he's very determined to be with Edelgard.
So the Boar Prince is dead. Decapitated, I hear. I haven't seen the severed head myself. Perhaps he's still alive and leading that army. Don't patronize me. If his head is still attached to his body, I'll remedy that without hesitation.
Felix, I fucking
Either
love
way,
you.
A major battle awaits us. Try not to die. I'd be annoyed if you did.
I love him. He's so great.
Aha! Aha!
After we cross the Great Bridge of Murden, we'll be in my father's territory. We actually crossed it 5 years ago for the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. Remember? Oh, this is terrifying. What am I gonna do? I gotta get a grip.
I'll arrange for your funeral.
You think we'll meet him on the battlefield and he'll kill me? The front lines cover a long stretch of land, you know. We might not even run into him.
What would he like? What do you think Caspar likes? I might not have anything he'd like. I don't think I have anything he'd like. I'll go buy some gifts. Ooh, a thing.
Professor. Hey, Professor. Can we talk? I feel terrible about the last time we spoke.
You should!
I was trying to apologize and just ended up losing my temper again. I'm really sorry.
I hate that I can't be like, apology accepted.
I figured you'd say that, but I still feel like an idiot. Somehow, I just
Good.
have a hard time keeping my feelings in check around you. And I think if I don't just tell you what I'm thinking, we'll never be able to have a normal conversation. So, let me clear the air. I want us to, engage.
You want to get engaged?
Yeah, wait, what? No, I mean in a duel. I know it's a sudden thing to ask, but I'm not going to feel settled until I know where I stand. Would you do that for me? Good. Don't hold back, okay? I want to see you at your absolute best. Phew. You got me. I'm completely outmatched.
You held your own, yes.
Maybe. But you were definitely stronger. Honestly, that's what I needed to see. You're a true successor to Captain Gerald's style of swordplay. I almost felt like you were him. I thought I was competing with you. But that's as pointless as competing against him would have been. So instead of that, I'm going to focus on keeping the promise I made to him. Captain Gerald said that if anything should happen to him, I'd have to support you in his place. He didn't sound serious at the time, but it was right before he... you know, before we lost him. So, I've decided I'd like to do just what he said. I know I'm not as strong as I need to be, but I swear to you, I'll train until I am. What do you say? Can I call you my employer? Yes, it's official. I'll protect you no matter what.
First she was an ass, then she was like, I'll protect you. Even though I think you never appreciated your own father. The B support really killed her fan base, as it should. Literally, that B support happened the day after Dad died. Right, literally the day after. I was like, what the fuck? My dad just died.
A moment, please. Since you secured the Great Bridge of Murden, trade got a lot easier within the Empire. Nevertheless, profits
I love all of
are
my
rather
children
thin
equally, except
compared to
for
how it was 5
Leo.
years ago. You can't be much of a trader unless you're prepared to traverse the whole of Fodlan.
Okay.
Hello there. This one, yes? I think this one, yes? I thank you. This one, yes? I think 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 this one, yes? I thank you. This one, yes? I thank you. Return soon, please.
Hey, welcome. You have a good eye. You have a good eye. You have a good eye.
I do fishing? Yeah, I did a bunch of
You have a
fishing.
good eye. You have a good eye.
Anytime I was
You have
close
a
to
good
leveling
eye.
up my professor level, I
You have
farmed
a good
fishing
eye.
for like 3
A pleasure
years.
doing. You have a good eye. You
Just
have
to
a good
level it
eye.
up.
You have a good eye. You have a good eye. A pleasure doing business with you. Come again.
I did sell a bunch of the fish though. To buy more fishing bait, to fish more.
Hey there. Come back anytime.
Welcome.
Give me
This one?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Give me another one.
This one?
I'm mad I
Thank
couldn't
you.
open the chest before.
Please come again.
Hey, welcome.
Not you.
Come again.
Hello there.
Ah.
This one, yes? I thank you. This one, yes? I thank you.
Near the end of the game, I should sell my fish again.
This one, yes? I thank this one, yes? I thank you. This one, yes? I thank you. Return soon, please.
A moment, please.
Hey there.
Alrighty, let's make sure people's weapons are good.
Is this it? There you go.
Dang. I don't have any Fire Emblem amiibos. I have other amiibos though. And I just got them out of storage too. They're probably in a tub though. A tub in the living room.
Come back anytime.
Alright. I'm gonna go back to Caspar. I want to make sure I give everybody gifts.
After we actually
What would Caspar like? Smoked meat, maybe?
For me?
Yep. What else? Training weight, maybe? Yeah,
me?
I'm good at this. Yeah, that would have been cool. Maybe next playthrough I'll do that though. Because I think they're in a tub still in the living room. I just got them out of storage. So they're like buried. Also, one of my Splatoon ones broke. And I don't think that they like make them anymore. I'm really sad. At least it's still usable, but I'll need to like glue it back together. I did buy,
Eating alone is nice.
I
but
bought...
I think I prefer eating with a friend.
Man...
I can eat so much of this stuff. My stomach's growling
I
just
bought
thinking
Male
about it.
Byleth amiibo for my friend, and I didn't use it because it was still in the package when I gave it to my friend. But I did buy one of those. My friend's a bigger Fire Emblem fan, so I gave it to her.
Claude was saying that our next battle might be in Gronder Field. Is that right? Reminds me of the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. But of course that was a very different time. When it was over, all three class heads complimented each other on their bravery. And then we had a party. But we can never go back to that, can we?
I think you like... like the stylish clip. Oh wait, you already have full. You have a quest though.
Claude reminds me when it was.
Did I just never complete it? I think I never completed it because I didn't know how. Ooh.
Professor.
Hey, Professor, something's been bothering me. remember that suspicious guy I chased after back when I was a student? A knight scolded me for it, but at the time I really thought I was doing the right thing. Now that I've had more experience on the battlefield, though...
I've been looking for you. There isn't much time, so I'll keep this brief. The knights encountered a band of brigands while out marching. It was hard fought, but we prevailed. Our soldiers are highly trained, but the enemy was formidable, and we weren't expecting combat. There were a number of casualties among our troops. Much appreciated, but there's a reason I need to bring this to your attention. Do you recall the incident 5 years ago involving a suspicious individual in Garreg Mach? These brigands all bore the same scorpion tattoo that we found on the arm of that man.
Oh no.
I thought that might be of interest to you.
Sorry, I bumped the microphone.
Don't mention it. If you'll excuse me, I need to get back to my duties.
Heck of a coincidence, right? As soon as I mention that suspicious guy, this happens. But some of the knights died in combat. They died because of what I did 5 years ago. This is my fault.
Sad.
If I'd stayed quiet and tracked the guy down like you said, we would have stopped those brigands sooner, and I wouldn't have blood on my hands.
He might have harmed the children.
But he probably wouldn't have. Now those knights, they're not coming back. We both know it. This is all my fault.
Big sad. Hello, yes.
The time's come to fight the Empire, huh? Wow, it's shaping up to be quite the battle. And I've got no problem with that. But that mystery army really worries me. There's no indication if they're friend or foe. Who do you think they are, Professor?
Dimitri himself.
Not unless he rose from the grave to secure revenge. That would mean... Actually, I have no idea what that would mean. Well, whoever they are, I hope we can avoid fighting them.
Oh boy. What would he like? I think he likes Dapper Handkerchief.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know what else. Would you like a board game?
Oh.
Hell yeah! Just like Claude. Claude also likes board games.
Since Little Claude became their leader, the Alliance Lords haven't been especially unified. Now they're suddenly united for a common cause. As a result, the Empire hasn't been able to perform even one successful incursion. Rather, we're the ones who might get the jump on them. It's incredible. Magical, even. Maybe his strategic genius was simmering for those 5 years, and it returned to a full boil once you two were reunited. Or maybe he always knew he'd meet you again, and he was preparing for that this whole time.
Wholesome. I love that dynamic that we as a player have with Claude, where we like empower him to complete his goals.
Thanks to our victory, I've been able to study the Great Bridge of Murden at my leisure. And you know what? It's an astounding structure. So much history there. Imagine how much time and effort it must have taken to build something that big. Over water, no less. I hope that someday it will be opened up to the people of Fodlan. A historical site, rather than a military checkpoint. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Eagle and Lion. Has it truly been 5 years since then? Can you recall whether it was before or after I joined your class, Professor? That is not at all the case, Professor. Your memory serves
My memory
you
is
poorly.
poor.
It was shortly after I joined your class. I remember it like it was yesterday. Wow! I shall take it.
Damn, I was wrong. Here, just take your lily.
I shall take it.
Okay.
So, we're finally moving into enemy territory. We can expect the war to get even more intense from here on out. I'm really feeling the tension now. I have almost no experience with battles of this scale. Professor, I'll be grateful for your leadership on the battlefield. I know I can trust you.
Wholesome. Can I make like Dorothea and Sylvain do this? Kind of funny.
I'll keep my voice down. Don't want people thinking I'm vying for attention. But how loud is too loud?
It's hard to sneak out when the professor is watching.
That's kind of funny. I'm interested in cooking, but I can't seem to get any better at it. What should I do to improve my cooking? Yeah, keep practicing.
I heard that some unidentified troops have appeared, but apparently they were flying the flag of the Vargas royal family. Do you think it was Dimitri's ghost? His country was taken before he ever wore the crown. Surely he must regret that.
I thought she loved watering cans. Shit. What does she love?
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
There we go.
Claude seems filled with confidence, but I wonder if everything really will be okay. The Imperial Army might be hiding the Emperor, and the troops headed south might belong to the Old Kingdom. I'll be honest, I'm incredibly uneasy about all of this. But at this point, there's no option but to move forward.
Indeed.
I trust you and Claude, but I feel uneasy. If we lose in the next battle, the Empire's army will likely come surging into Alliance territory. If that happens, my parents won't escape unharmed. They've raised their anti-Imperial flag after all. You're right. I chose my path. I must press on. That's all anyone can do, really.
Yep.
Speaking with you has eased my mind a bit. Just enough, in fact, to put me in the mood for sweets.
Same Lysithea. I want Lysithea to be my sister.
Speaking.
Lily.
For me? For Claude, I'll be on.
There's something else. House Gloucester has changed its allegiance and joined the faction that is against the Empire. The Alliance will thus remain united. But thanks to this latest ploy, my father is more suspicious of Claude now than ever, if such a thing is possible. Ordinarily, I might credit his helpful posture toward us to his devout faith in the Church of Seros. But it is clear to me now that this is nothing more than a shrewd calculation on his part. He is only thinking of his position. We are in the clear for now, but please bear in mind that the Alliance is never an entirely stable union.
What would you like aside from Dapper Handkerchief?
How kind of you.
I could just spam him with flowers.
How kind of you. How kind
Damn!
of you.
I'm wrong. Just spam with flowers.
How kind.
Okay, goodbye. At least I can give Claude board games.
Each time we press forward, our search for Rhea broadens to a wider area. I certainly hope we will find at least some clue. But I do suspect I already know where she is. If I'm right, and she is in the Imperial capital, then we cannot save her until we topple the Empire.
What would you like? Hunting dagger?
I accept.
Nah. Fishing float? Yeah. That one makes sense.
I accept.
Around? No. Oh, this way.
What?
This way.
Hey there. We secured the win in our first skirmish, but the next battle is a different matter. The Empire will come after us with everything it's got. Even so, the ultimate victory will be ours. And I'm not just saying that. I've made ample preparations to ensure our victory. It's my rule to never leave victory to chance. You can't rely on the protection of the goddess. With your power and my schemes, I should be able to plot a direct course to victory.
Hey. Hey.
If this mysterious military force is the remnants of the kingdom, but from their clamor...
Yada yada yada.
Oh.
Quickly.
Hey there.
Damn, I didn't think the door was gonna open, so I left. Well, real quick.
Yeah, it'll go. He is. He's been around.
Uh-huh. Free thing.
Professor.
Fine. I hate you, but fine.
Well met, Professor. I trust that you have not had any complaints about me lately.
Thankfully, no.
Good. Please, accept my most sincere apology for any discomfort I may have caused you. I've decided that it would be inappropriate for me to continue my search for a spouse while we are at war. I expect that means you will not be receiving any more complaints. I hope that puts you more at ease. Actually, the introspection I've gained setting aside my search has motivated me to amend my conduct.
Embarrassed about your past behavior.
Not the phrasing I'd choose, but you're not wrong. Selfishly pursuing my own desires caused me to behave inconsiderately. For instance, it was arrogant and rude to invite ladies to dine with me purely to evaluate them.
Damn, he knows now.
Our experiences in battle
He
have
learned
also
faster
given me
than
cause to
Sylvain.
doubt certain preconceptions I once held. Previously, I had considered it a requirement for my future spouse to come from a noble line. I once thought that commoners lacked the power to influence the wider world, as history might suggest. To find a commoner who made a real impact, one has to look all the way back to Nemesis. That was my belief, at any rate. But I realized that I've actually had an influential commoner right in front of me all along. Don't you see? I'm referring to you. You may wield the power of a crest, but you are so much more than just that. You have managed to charm everyone around you, to compel them to trust and follow you. Though you may not realize it, that is no mean feat. It is altering the course of history in Fodlan. Your example puts my prior beliefs to shame. I appreciate the kind words. I have always sought to embody the ideal of nobility. That, at least, is a goal I continue to stand by. But now I know that bloodline alone is not sufficient to gauge a person's worth. I've learned much of this from you. You are humble and open-minded, despite your power and skill. That is why I, at least, find you so charismatic. Perhaps that is the wrong way to say it. What I mean is that you set an admirable example. I can only hope someday to be your equal. Of course, you had better keep an eye on me, because I can achieve anything I set out to do. For I am none other than the handsome and talented Lawrence Hellman Gloucester.
I hate him.
Hey! I gotta say, it's tough to keep the fighting spirit alive when you recognize your enemies on the battlefield.
You can run away if you want. You wouldn't want to hear that.
So you can't avoid it, huh? How did everything get so messed up? Just because we're fighting someone doesn't mean we gotta hate them. That's probably the worst thing about war. Win or lose, I still get a bad taste in my mouth. Thanks! Thanks!
Yeah, I really thought he would like something. I don't think I have anything he'd like. Spamming flowers it is.
Thanks! I'll take... Thanks!
Lady Rhea, I've got to keep this place clean, and I mean properly clean, every day. Dust it, sweep it, everything. You never can tell when Lady Rhea might be back. Thanks, Professor.
I really thought he'd like the goddess statuette. I don't think I'd have anything he'd like either.
Thanks, Professor. Thanks, Professor. Thanks, Professor.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. I hear we're sending troops to Gronder Field next. Is that what's what? That whole area is in the territory of House Burgleys. It's famous as the main granary of Fodlan. If we could capture it, we probably wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Bread for all.
Wholesome. Is this Hogwarts? It would be a lot less depressing.
Hey, I could use a hand.
Dude basically just wanted me to go to the greenhouse and back.
Thanks. I'm glad I asked you.
I think I talked to everyone. I need to make sure that... I should just... Yeah, hang on. I want to feed my magic stats if I didn't do it already.
The bridge, and Ferdy.
Stop reminding me we killed Ferdinand. I didn't enjoy it.
What the?
Ooh, axe. Hilda.
Don't get used to this.
Word.
Fighting wears me out. Sorry, but it's you or me. Can't afford to slack off.
She murder.
Don't get used to this.
Thank you, Hilda.
Hey.
What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah, I was gonna make sure I got magic stats from everybody. Could get a magic stat from. Right. Can you give me a magic stat? I never remember.
If I'm right.
No. Did I get it from... did I get healing from Marianne yet? Boop, 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 boop. Marianne. Oh.
Speaking with you.
Oh, I should check the thingy over here. Oh, over here? Where am I? Opposite side. Over here.
Professor.
No. A little higher. There we go.
Need something?
Experience, please.
This one? You're all set. See you again soon.
Yay! Okay, Marianne. I think she was over here.
Hi there. Huh? A pair is
Okay. I think I got all the magic I could get. I want Felix to give me a sword stat. Does he do sword? I need a strength. Dang.
After we actually...
Okay.
Professor, the time's come.
Who would do sword? I give up. I don't give up. It would be a waste! Okay, I'm gonna find someone to teach me sword stats. Also, do you guys have master seals? Intermediate seal. Rude.
Maybe.
Does everybody just teach axe? Like, what the heck? Yep. Okay, bye.
Claude reminds when it was, and then we had.
Bruh. I'm having a hard time. Okay. Cyril.
Lady Rhea, I gotta. You never can.
No one. No one teaches sword around here?
Hello there.
Professor.
Anyway.
Oh my lord.
The bridge was and Ferdy.
Okay, I'm done. This is it. We're done. We're ending the day. Wasting 2 points. I don't feel like dealing with it. Okay, everybody's got motivation at least. Now I can jokingly feed him heavy armor instead.
I thought... Alright. Hey. I see how...
I've learned. Nope. Let's put it. I'm good.
Nice. Ooh, Marianne.
Maybe.
I hope she gets to S. It'll be fun. made him a holy knight. Jeez. My god, Ignatz is still an assassin? Pardon? What are your goals, Caspar? What are your goals, Caspar? What's that gonna make him? Dang, Hilda almost has S-Axe too. That would be sick. To give Flame flying and Cyril writing. He'll never get where I wanted him to be, and that's okay.
I got it? Oh.
Okay. Oh well. Can't use everyone.
Professor, may I ask?
I desperately want to travel to some of the places my mother and I spent time in, but I'm not really allowed to leave the monastery walls for such things. It makes me feel sad. Is there anything I can do? Take a nap and maybe you'll have a dream. Close your eyes and pretend she's with you.
Splendid!
Yeah. Boop, 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 boop.
I'm honored.
Dear goddess, please protect us.
From what, the horse?
That wasn't so bad.
I've got the gist of it now. He's a high enough level. Weird. Blaine's not a high enough level. Oh, she's one level off. Yes.
Maybe they have to be 40 for a master, actually. I don't know why I'm thinking they needed to be anything else. Okay, dang, Dorothy is only level 27. No, she... Okay, maybe it's just 35. Dang, Caspar. Yeah. I think I was just giving her writing for the heck of it. Oh. I think that we're, ooh, Paralog. Paralog, let's go.
Very interesting.
What are you reading? Jake from State Farm.
Teach. How long have you been there? Don't sneak up on me like that. You almost gave me a heart attack. Anyway, I'm reading the official biography of the Four Saints, as sanctioned by the Church. I know you're not very familiar with the teachings of Seros, but even you must have read it at least once. Tell me again, how exactly did you manage to get a job teaching at an academy run by the Church? Well, whether you've read the biography or not, the Four Saints must at least ring a bell, right? Well then, I've got a little quiz for you. Name the Four Saints, companions of the great Saint Seros.
I have no idea.
I'll give you a hint. There was Keyhole, Sethleen, Indek, and... who was the fourth one again?
This is rude.
Oh, tough luck. That would be incorrect.
I was close.
The name you were looking for is Macuil. In any case, you can learn some interesting things reading about the life and times of Saint Macuil. For instance, he was more skilled with his hands than his fellow saints, and even became an accomplished blacksmith. He used his skills to forge countless sacred weapons for the army of Seros. Of course, he didn't just forge the weapons, he also used them in battle himself. Legends say his strength was second only to Seros. It's even said that he played a big role in the Battle of Tailtean, where Seros fought Nemesis, the King of Liberation who became the King of Evil. Macuil lost his life in that battle, and now his body rests in a coffin within the Holy Mausoleum. Or so one story goes. Another legend says he set off on a journey to find a new land. That he left Fodlan from the east, crossed the sea, and vanished. He must have left Alliance territory, but where exactly would he have set sail from, I wonder? Thinking about it reminds me of another interesting story concerning the Srang region. The peninsula is attached to the mainland of
I feel
Fodlan
like
and extends from the
Claude's starting
northeastern
to
part of
ramble a
Kingdom
little
territory.
bit.
If you were to set sail from Margrave Edmund's territory, you could cut across a stretch of sea and land there. And it just so happens that in the Srang region, there are ruins built to worship a sacred beast that appeared from across the sea. If the ruins have something to do with Saint Macuil, there could be sacred weapons there. So, have I piqued your interest, or what?
Maybe a little. I didn't hear a word you said, though.
You always have to play it cool, don't you? Just think of how useful it would be to have weapons like that. Not to mention that the peninsula would be pretty easy to get to about now, seeing as how Alliance territory has settled down a bit. We'd be there and back in no time. No one would even notice we were gone. Come on, Teach. Let's go to the Srang region.
Let's go!
I always see it through once I set my mind on something. Let's make the necessary preparations before I die of curiosity.
Okay. think after this week is over, I'll probably stop for the week. Probably. Alright, I need to level people. Interesting. Look at all these flyers.
There are the ruins. It looks like we're not gonna have the luxury of an excavation. Look, I bet those are the watchmen of the ruins, and that they've been ordered to keep out intruders. And that big beast? I hear they call it the Wind Caller.
Only by defeating me can you claim the secret treasure.
Yeah, it speaks! What is it?
Huh? Who are you? Just here for a bit of treasure. Don't attack me!
Someone got here first. Must be a band of looters. We can't let them get the treasure. Guess their luck's about to run out.
Leave it to me.
More fighting.
Magic is not the best way.
Put me in there.
Put me in, coach. Forgot to bring my dancer. Made mistakes.
What's my strategy?
Miss.
You're not trying to take this treasure from me, are you?
Fight each other.
If I don't...
Huh? Are you looting too? Well, I'm not...
Damn, they got critted. Nice crit.
I'll do my best.
What's the plan? Burn until we meet again. Need to pull my weight.
Onward.
Guide me well.
Lament your weakness.
We stole his axe. And my axe.
At the ready.
Let's make this quick.
Steady now.
Shall we?
Obvious.
Okay, let's see. Do.
You knew the odds.
Nice.
I'm really getting it.
You're all going down.
A striking display.
Aw. Ooh. Nice. Good job.
A treasure. I thought it would make me rich.
You thought wrong.
Too easy.
I should never have become a thief.
Yeah, probably.
After all the trouble we went through to get this treasure, I'm not gonna let you get your hands on it.
And so you fight the fucking dragon-y thingy? The wyvern-y looking thing? Why would you do that? Oh my lord.
I won't allow it.
Child's play. They say experience.
No strength left.
It's win or die. Maybe.
Just be careful. Burn until we meet again. Nice.
This would be kind of a waste. I'd rather this. Actually, let's do that.
You got yourself killed.
Yeah. Then fly over here.
Still in it.
Can't afford to slack off.
Okay.
Have a taste of my power. You have had your fun. If you are going to flee, now is your chance. If you are not going to flee, I shall take your life as payment.
Don't bother haunting me.
I've got no time for mercy.
No time for mercy.
It's done.
Okay.
Leave it to me. No chance. Am I getting... Yes, I...
Nice. Jesus.
I smell those detestable 10 elites. Who are you?
I'm the grandson of the grandson of the grandson of the elite Regan. Now tell me who you are.
He said the line.
Your family's enemy. If you carry the blood of the 10 elites, you cannot be permitted to live.
What do you mean by that? And what's that crest on your forehead?
No more talk. If you wish to survive, you must destroy me.
Good fuel for a scheme.
I'm hurt,
but I'm with you.
Is this weapon broken? Oh. Really not. Okay.
I will not die here.
Nice.
Brute force.
That's fine.
I think...
At the ready. The weak fall, the strong.
One down. One down.
Are these your companions?
They are indeed. I should tell you that Seros is in a precarious state right now.
I will not assist you. I have lived apart from the world of man, which disgusts me so. This war disgusts me also.
I thought you might say as much. That is regrettable.
They're setting a miss. I mean, at least he also missed.
Those who stand before me, how long has it been? Hundreds of years, thousands. You have the stink of Sothis upon you. Let us find out whether you share her power.
The stink of Sophia. A bit rude.
Just be careful. Burn until we meet again. I see how this...
No, that's my treasure.
My treasure now. Is that it?
I cannot allow myself to fall here.
Nah, magic is dumb here.
I'm hurt, but I'm with you.
I think I've got the idea.
White magic range +1. Woo!
I've gotten...
Damn. I'm just gonna die. If he dies, I'll have to go back.
Don't bother haunting me.
Oh. Sick.
That's it for me.
Sorry, Dorothea.
Attack at your own risk.
Those...
Proceed carefully.
At the ready.
something.
We'll cover you. Hell yeah, Gambit.
This should work.
Shall we?
Let's think about this.
This is scary a little bit.
Our power is yours.
Green Bean Gambit!
Let's bring them down!
I knew I was gonna miss!
Let's make this quick.
I'll try.
Sick.
And I'll
Some.
Jeez.
I've been defeated.
I'll fight to the very end.
I can't die yet.
Yeah.
What if? Hang on.
It's a bad time to die.
It's a bad time to die. What if? What if?
That face takes me back in time. You have not changed one bit, Seven.
I ask that you keep quiet, Uncle.
Why the rush, Seven?
Shh! Please keep quiet, Uncle.
Goodbye, Uncle.
A bit disappointing.
He deleted Ignots, yeah, rip Ignots.
It stopped moving. Is it dead?
He you sleep.
No, it seems it's just sleeping. I thought we were supposed to be given the treasure, but... forget it. I'll just have a look around there. What about this thing? Huh. I'll think about it later.
That was intense.
Thanks for all your hard work, Teach. Sorry for dragging you along with me. I had no idea it would turn into a fight. But hey, at least we got some treasure out of it.
Whew.
I'll leave this in your capable hands. Do with it as you will.
Why don't we share it?
How would we do that? More importantly, I didn't go there looking for treasure. Not really. Legends about the saints abound. It's hard to tell fact from fiction. I like to confirm whatever I can with my own eyes to find the truth in those legends. Not a thing. We didn't find anything concrete to prove that Saint Macuel had been there. We can't say for certain that the treasure we found was Macuel's either. I do wish we could have spoken to that wind caller a bit more. Unlikely. Macuel lived thousands of years ago. And I've never heard anything about the saints being monsters like that. Wait a minute. Could the Wind Caller have anything to do with the Immaculate One? The Immaculate One is a monster sent by the goddess. Could the Wind Caller be... Where was it that I heard that stuff about them having been sent by the goddess? Maybe I'm too tired. My head is heavy. I can't think straight anymore. Let's call it a day for now. I've got plenty of time to think this over.
Sword of Bigalta. Yes, replenish. Okay. Let's see here. Do-do-do-do-do. The Woo girls are out in force tonight, it's true. They're parading down the streets practically. This one shouldn't be too hard.
More fighting.
I'll cut through.
I'll do my best. Shall we? Fighting
Not
is
farming,
out.
but doing some battles that take your point. Well, I guess I'm technically kind of farming. Like, while I'm doing these, I'm also using
You
the
got yourself
characters that need the levels still. So I suppose.
Let's make this quick.
Leave it to me.
Get out of here!
No chance.
Yes, he's finally level 30. I was lazy with leveling him.
Onward. Child's play.
Nice.
A predictable success.
Put me in there.
Put me in, coach.
What's my strategy?
For someone so squishy, she took those hits. Damn, she was close. I'm going back. You're right.
Onward.
More fighting. Will this ever end? I'll
Need to... Hey, look at you.
Put me in there.
I'll do my best.
What's my strategy?
Yeah, Meteor is a nice FU button.
That's it for me. I still have
Dorothea!
After all.
Why is it like this?
More fighting. Only thorns left on this rose. I'm...
Bruh,
That
before
was
the time
amazing.
skip, Dorothea's line says, every rose has some thorns. And after time skip, she says, only thorns are left on this rose.
Put me in there.
do my best.
What's my strategy?
Sorry it's gotta be like this.
That was pointless.
Shall we?
At the ready.
We're all desperate, aren't we?
Mass mages.
Leave it to me. Should have seen that coming. Am I getting closer?
Let's make this quick. You lost that one.
Barrow, my Lysithia has S rank in magic now, and it gave her an extra range. So she has more range than a bow knight.
I'll cut through.
Another victory.
Onward.
It's win or die.
11 sword? I love the 11 sword. I just have to make sure I never break it. Keep repairing it. Uh, 11? No. 11! Please select a floor. 11! They keep trying to fight Raphael. I don't know what they're doing.
Gotta
No time to slow down.
That's another one.
Is it? That makes sense. Oops, I wasted that. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to hit the person. don't know why he has that. I need to remove that. Get meteor wall. Yeah, honestly.
Might makes right.
Might makes right.
That's a...
I cannot lose! Aha!
Aha! Plane is a lot less squishy now. She's still a little squishy, but she's a lot less squishy.
No chance. Go.
Let's be prudent.
Plane!
Mother, protect me.
Mother, protect me! What the fuck? Plane.
Strength.
Plane, I swear to God.
Onward.
There you go.
Child's play.
There you go. Pets for Plane. Good job.
My thank you so much.
Plane is useless. No, poor Plane.
I am grateful.
She's less squishy now.
I have gratitude.
Thanks so much.
I thank you.
Ooh. S rank, S rank. And then she just fucks off. Poor Flame. Rip Flame. I need to look up what she needed to be a Pegasus rider again. Hang on. She's made of paper and she cuts like paper. Look, she's just a magic carp and she needs to turn into a Gyarados. Okay, Sword C, Lance A, Flying B+. Okay, so she needs her Lance up. Let's make sure her goal is Lance. Okay, it is. A passion to heal? No. She probably would do better as a healer, though. She might make a good Marianne replacement if you made her defensive and healing.
Hey. I thought. All right. I thought.
This. This.
That? That's... Let's... That's... That was... That? This could be...
Thanks. That went.
Real questions. Now here we go. Marianne is indeed born to lay waste. I was not saying that to use Marianne defensively. I was saying to use Flame defensively and healing if she was your replacement Marianne. But if you already have Marianne, then obviously Marianne does both things very well, and thus why she is my bishop.
How do you like that?
Gremmer. Gremmer. She's my Gremmer. Yes, I think that's what it was. The one who does both.
I'm really getting the hang of it.
I'm just not there yet. Hopefully this proves useful.
Okie dokie. Ooh, baby, let's try to make her a Falconite finally. Yeah, because I'm also about to do some things. And then quit. Flame!
Not quite
And you're at 87 fucking percent. Never to be reality. Yeah, I'm gonna probably try like 5 times before I quit trying. I will assume that luck will be on my side at some point in life. It's gonna be a lot of resetting. Come on, Flame. I believe in you. Be a Gyarados. Flame. Flame. I'm gonna shiny hunt for a Falcon Flame. I do have a net. I do be liking a net. Flame. You're bad and you should feel bad. I would be pissed if Wyvern Lord worked. I don't want to try Wyvern Lord until I'm done trying for Falcon Knight. This week. Hand over the Wyvern. I'm like, Flame, you're going to be a Falcon Knight. And she's like, no. Fails test on purpose. I am no longer baby. I want Wyvern power. Nice horse, I'll take it. Alright, one more time. Bro, I've reset to make things work before. I've reset to get people to get past before. So she just wants to be Wyvern Lord. Alright, one more Falcon Knight try. Kid has dragon! Son of a bitch. Alright, we're gonna do the Wyvern Lord joke. Oh boy. But I've gotten them to pass before! I've retried to pass before! Also, Wyvern Lord joke incoming. Oh my god! Barrow, I swear to fucking god! Dragon Tease! She's not becoming a Wyvern Lord! She can't have Wyvern! She'll just wait a week. She'll be a Falcon Rider next week. In-game and in real life. I swear I've reset to get it to work before, though. I mean, obviously, I'm near the end of the game. I've learned that already. But, like, I was just checking if I could do it yet. And that's exactly why I said if it's not this week, then it'll be next week, because I'll be able to have raised her stats a little. Yeah, why bother with the percentage? Fucking 87% my ass. Wyvern Lord Sedith, let's go. I like the idea of Sedith taking a test and, like, being diligent like he's my student. When he's, like, way older than me. Mortal Savant? Let's fucking go. I'm saving it though. Yes! She looks so cool!
I passed.
I need Master Seals! Give Master Seals! Sag. I feel comfortable seeing these A supports. Double checks my roster. Okay, yeah, I feel comfortable seeing Ignatz as A supports. Because I had Ignatz and Marianne already do like a bunch of training together. While I slept, you studied the blade! Oh my lord.
Hey!
Oh, Lysithia. Something I can do for you?
Can you help me out with my shopping?
Yes, of course. You need me to carry stuff?
Actually, can you pick up some tea for me? I'd do it, but I'm drowning in work.
You're so busy you can't go shopping. Okay. Do you have a favorite kind of tea?
I'm not too picky. I just like having it around, really. Whatever's cheapest works for me. Here's some money.
One question. Why me? You don't really need my help for this.
I just thought I could lean on you a bit.
You taught her to ask for help and
Rather
it's
than
not
trying
weak.
to do everything on my own.
Right, I see. Well, good. I'm glad you decided to approach me.
Positive reinforcement.
But for this particular task, you might be better off doing it yourself.
Oh?
There are so many different kinds of tea, and I'm not very discerning. Well, what if I get you one you don't like? When I do my own shopping, I pick a tea at random. Otherwise, I'd be paralyzed by all the choices. It's the same with food. Sometimes I stare
Just get
and
her
stare at
sweet
the
apple
options
blend.
and never decide.
You look like you were doing just fine when you went to get groceries the other day.
I really had to push myself to do that alone. I don't think I can do that again. Sorry.
Uh-huh. So, you've stopped trying to do things on your
She's
own,
like,
then?
you also need to learn
Yeah.
this lesson.
Still, though. For today, how about you have some of my tea? If that'll do.
Sounds nice, sure. Do you mind brewing mine while you're at it?
Okay. Though I can't do it as skillfully as Lawrence, I'm afraid. I'll get it ready right away. Feel free to start focusing on your work. What?
I mean, you seem plenty reliable to me.
I do. Really? How so?
You're fun, you're easy to be around, and you rarely complain when you help others.
Well, I'm just pouring you some tea. I'm not sure that qualifies as help.
It's not easy for me to rely on people.
Thanks, Leaf
but with
Tea.
you, it's different.
Well, there aren't many things I can do, frankly. What I can do, I will do. So if you need anything,
I think-
ask me, and I'll try to help.
I think they're like there's probably like an amount of leaves and how long you leave it in the hot water, etc., etc. Maybe you mix it with enough other things like sugar and whatnot.
You really are unreliable, as it turns out. Guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
Hey, Raphael, you heard a train?
Hey, Caspar! You work your muscles almost as much as I do.
Of course. Everyone knows that if you skip a day, you lose 3 days of work.
Ain't that the truth? Let's get to it then.
That's probably
Bye, Bear.
enough for today.
You might be right. I'm exhausted.
You know, I really envy you, Raphael. Huge.
These fuckers.
I know I'm big.
Just
Everyone
bros being bros.
I'm not very big, but I've always wanted to be. That's why I train so much. I've grown a bit in the last 5 years, but I'm still not even close to you. I just don't know how to bulk up.
Is that all? I know how to fix that.
Really? You gotta show me.
Follow me.
It's arm day, boys.
Huh? You just led me to the dining hall.
That's right. Now sit down and eat up.
We're just gonna eat?
Yep. Eating's the best way to get bigger. You gotta eat, and you gotta train. Do 'em both enough, and you're sure to grow.
I always thought I was a pretty big eater, but maybe I wasn't eating enough? Or not often enough?
Probably both. Look at my plate compared to yours. Now this is a meal.
Whoa, your plate looks like a mountain. If that's what I gotta do, then I'm gonna eat until I can't anymore. I'll eat until there's no food left.
That's the spirit. Come on, let's go clear out the pantry.
Let's do it. I'm gonna eat till I can't move.
Damn.
Oh, Caspar, just who I was hoping to see. I have a tiny little request if you have time to help me.
I'm always happy to help. What can I do for you?
That is exactly what I was hoping to hear. Would you mind coming along to my room?
Your room? Okay.
Okay.
This isn't what I had in mind.
Come on, a big, strong guy like you. This is easy. Lift up the cabinet, please. I need to dust behind it.
There's still more to do. Why do you care so much about keeping this place clean? It's just a dorm room.
Leaving this place a mess wouldn't be fair to the next person who's assigned here. In fact, I think once we're done with this room, we should clean up your room as well.
Yeah, I don't think so. I have some actual training to do.
Oh, come to think of it, I have a date myself. The fella I'm seeing has quite a charming face, rich family, and I assume a tolerable personality.
Don't you get tired of spending time with all these guys who have tolerable personalities?
Oh, it gets tedious at times. You must listen to them talk, for one thing. But it's important for my future.
That's how I see my training. I guess it's pretty much the same thing.
I don't know if that's a comparison you really want to make.
Why not? Seems about right to me. Sure, I'm a noble, but I'm also a second son. I don't have anything coming to me. Why do you think I'm always training so much? I need to prove myself on the battlefield if I plan on making it anywhere in this world. I know you don't have noble status or wealth, so you're putting in the effort to marry well, right? See? Pretty much the same thing.
I suppose. It would be nice if everyone saw it that way. Well then, Caspar, I need to get ready for my date. But shall we both agree to work hard for our futures?
Absolutely. I just hope our efforts are worth it.
What if her date was Sylvain Keck?
Hey
there, Flane. I thought I'd drop by and see if you'd care for a...
Now, just a moment, Sylvain. If you must speak with me, I implore you to do so from where you stand. My apologies if this comes across as rude, but please do not come any closer to me.
Excuse me?
I am sorry. My brother has explicitly warned me not to go near you.
Sedith said that? I bet he also told you any woman who comes too close to me is, how does he say it? Doomed to misfortune?
He used those very words. Is it true then?
Come on. He's just messing with you, obviously.
Of course I would prefer to believe that, but one can never know for certain. Particularly when similar stories are constantly in circulation about you. I have heard that men and women alike have been seduced by your nefarious
Men
ways.
and women
I
alike!
hate to suggest my talents are being oversold, but...
I just tapped my mic.
I have heard that you toy with people's emotions, like a cat toys with its prey.
Do I really look like such a villain to you?
Well, perhaps not. You do not strike me as much of a charmer.
When you put it like that, I feel like I should defend... Yeah, forget it. Let's get to the actual point.
Did I not tell you, Sylvain? Stay away from me.
It's kind of awkward talking from so far away. Can I please step just a little?
Truly, there are countless terrible stories of your behavior. I've heard that you panic when there aren't women around to flirt with. But you've gone as far as flirting with horses and even chickens.
Flirting with horses?
Come on. Who would even... You should know that your brother has an overactive imagination.
I would like to believe that you are a sincere and reputable person, Sylvain. But there is no smoke without fire. Or so the saying goes.
I may not be the most respectable fellow you'll ever meet, but...
Until I can be certain, please refrain from coming too close to me. Now, if you will excuse me, I must be on my way.
Flame, wait! Come back! And she's gone. All I was trying to do was deliver a message. Flame, hey! The professor said we need to come to the cathedral! I'll run really far ahead so you don't have to walk near me! There, I tried telling her. The professor can't be mad about that.
Jesus. Alright, I think that's enough for this week. Falcon Knight Flame next week. Dang, she even put up a wall, yeah. Poor YJB! I didn't get a stream ping. Yeah, I've been streaming, since my 8 o'clock. My 8 o'clock every Friday, boy. It's now like, 12:42 a.m. I normally try to stop around 12. But I'm getting near the end of the game, so I was excited. But that's enough for this week. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I had a good time. Have a good rest of your day/night. Sorry, YJB. Bye-bye.